So today I'm going to be working on, I'm going to finish this boat loading thing so you can choose which boat you want. It's not going to do anything to start, just to have that in there. And then once you have that, I'm going to work on the first enemy. And I think I'm going to try with loading in a model. But first I'm going to try to investigate how expensive that would be. The normal to load in CLB model for every enemy in a browser game. Because I'm not really sure, like, for the ship it works, but let's see. Start out with Safari. There we go. Loading once, instancing many. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Oh, that makes sense. So with this, do you mean that you can only show one enemy at once, or you could just load a single one and then display many? That makes sense. So roughly, how many GLB models do you think you could load in like this? Like, let's say I have 10 enemies. Could I have them all showing on the screen? Right. Very cool. So it seems like that's pretty doable. Great. So let's try this. Just start generating enemies. So the first enemy I want to generate Kraken. I'm going to put an image of the game. This is the style of the game. So it's sort of like a whimsical, little bit cartoony kind of game. There's like black outlines and stuff. I want you to generate a prompt that I can use to generate the 3D model that I plug into this other site. Um, Try to be creative with it and feel free to, but keep the general idea. Don't include things like water in the prompt. There we go. That's a good idea. All right, that's pretty good. Let's try that. I think the only thing is remove the part with the outline part because I can do that myself. I don't need that. So while it does that, we'll finish our loading in. Basically, where we were at is we can load in the models, the different types of ships. Um, we'll need to fix this ship because the mast is backwards. But other than that, it looks pretty good, I think. And then just need to make it so the movement is inversed. So I can ask it how to do that. So with the massive pirate ship, the movement is backwards. So we need to rotate it 180. Can you figure out how to do that? Yeah, a little bit too cartoony, right? No faces. Hold on, I'm gonna try to specify a little bit with that prompt. I'm gonna call it, instead of a cartoony, I'm gonna call it low poly kraken. Just a few shapes designed for a pirate themed game. I'll just say, I think the playful is what got it, maybe. Still, it's yeah, lower side. Oh, right, it said this, but no eyes, I think. So remove this. Probably remove that. Oh, that's, yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, let's remove that too. So let's go back. Try again. All right, let's see if we figured this out. So that changed the rotation, the massive pirate. See if that works. Nice, I fixed that one. This one is backwards. This is the medium colonial. Nice. This one works now. Let's take a look at the small colonial. Yeah, this one's backwards. Reload again. Nice, that one's fixed. I think that's the last of them, right? I think the rest of them are good. Try this one next. I think we're in good shape. Yeah, that's looks good. Maybe a little bit above water. Yeah, let's move it down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That looks pretty good. I think the only thing is you have to modify the bobbing based on the size of the ship. Other than that, it's pretty good. All right, so now we need to modify so it doesn't show up every time. That's here. I see. It's this part, right? I think if I reload, it shouldn't show it, right? I see. I'm just doing this. Yeah. Nice. Looks good. I guess to get around this, let's just make it a little bigger so that way it doesn't have that problem. Just for now. I think with the firing, sometimes the camera is a little off. Not really sure. I'll look into that later. All right, let's see if we got the new enemy. Not quite. I think if you did something like this, you'd need to do a lot of animations. Hmm, I think. See if we can find something like this. I'll use a deep search, I guess. Oh, I have to be in the deep search for it to work. Okay. Okay. I guess we can bring back one of the enemies to test for now. Let's see here. Um, I think it's an entities, right? Yeah. We'll spawn 5 and we'll just spawn the cracking. Okay, let's see if it works. I guess the idea, I guess. Okay, that makes rough sense. So the idea is you like shoot it with this and you get him closer and then you hit him with the. Kind of looks like it's already attached, but there's no logic for that yet. So yeah, so now we want to add some logic for that, I guess. I think the first thing is separate out the monsters from this file. The first thing I like to do is separate out the yellow monster from this file. So I want you to make a separate file and then integrate it back with C monsters just to get rid of all the logic and from the file from that for that monster. Let me think of something like, oh, let's look at this first. Deep motion. Oh, interesting. Oh, let's check this out. I don't really see anything about GOB files. I guess I'll try it, but I think it's just for like bodies, like you record your body or something. Twitter, I guess. But, uh, I guess trusted someone. Weird. All right, let's see what their API is exactly. Video to 3D animation, text to 3D animation. I see. Okay, so that's definitely not passing into. Like I can't pass in a GLB file. Hmm. Interesting. I'm gonna look at the API just real quick. Hmm. Still not totally sure. Can I actually pass in a GLB file? It's not really clear to me. Didn't really see anything. I think I'm gonna copy paste this. Can you look at this documentation? Is there anything that says I can pass in a GLB file and get an animation from it? Oh, under custom character APIs. Ah, here we go. May work. Let's see. Store model. Ah, here it is. Okay, cool. This is actually possible. Then we could generate a bunch of animations. Might be a little more interesting if we can do it ourselves. Oh, characters show the T pose. Oof, that's a little specific. Uh, Interesting. I see. So it's very like it's gonna be very rigid, the requirements for this. I think it has to be a humanoid. I see. I'm gonna paste this as well. Yeah, but I'm seeing that in this site, is it only allowing you to use humanoid shapes, characters? I see. Okay. Is there any site where I can animate any GOV file? I just upload it and can ask you to do things with it. I see. Okay. We might have to stick with simple shapes for now then, because otherwise we if we import a bunch of models and we can't animate it, either that or do figure out how to do that ourselves, which doesn't sound very fun to me. Let's see. Oh, entities. Okay, so now we just apply this. See if that works. That looks good to me. I move the water, I guess. Where's the water? It's getting harder and harder to find the files. What's the search files key? I don't remember what I set it to. Okay. This is everything. How do I search here? One second. Search files. I'll just look here. I just want to search file names. Like intelligent. I'll just ask. How do I search files, not what's in files, but search files, search all file by file name in VS Code. Control P. Oh, there we go. Cool. That'll speed me up a little bit. All right, so there they are. Cool. So that worked at least. So now let's try to change maybe how they look a bit. I like to change how these monsters look a little bit. Maybe, well, first, before you do that, let's change their behaviors to be a little more complex. So they shouldn't just follow the player, but they should kind of like coordinate based on the player's location how to attack. And they should go in for very quick swipes at the player and then back away. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me add back the water here. I already did. I'm gonna switch back to the original ship. I think it looks a little better. Yeah, this ship looks quite a bit better, I think. Oh, but it's inverse now. The controls. So let's fix that. This should be in boat loader. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Okay, let's see what they did with the behavior. Oh, I forgot to do something before I did this query. Okay, try this again, but this time use the player's location in your behavior. Use game state for that. I think after that we should do the bug where it's actually kind of scary. I'll come after you. Oh, but that's actually kind of cool. Hey, logs, man. Are there any tools like plugins that remove all logs from a code base, console logs, for VS Code? Okay, I mean, try it. So I guess that plugin didn't work. The plugin is remove console logs, and it didn't work. That's kind of unfortunate. All right, so you're gonna be uninstalled. I mean, it's partly my fault. It's two reviews. It's all right. I respect the attempt to make a thing. All right, this might work. Because I don't want to have to do that. It's annoying. It's, Command Shift D. Okay, start. Nice. Smooth. Nice. Rewarding. Let's get rid of all these. Oh, I guess I get to multi-line console logs. Pretty advanced. It's all right. You're gonna need AI for that. All right. Saying this technical debt so quick. Endless logs. And the next step is that it does this part for me, but appreciate that it made it faster, so I shouldn't complain. All right, cool. That removed a lot of silliness. That's sick that it's all removed that. I got some, so let's get rid of that. Okay, cool. Let's just make sure that should be all gone, I think. Oh no, did something. All right. I think just one error though. So. Where is it though? Line 85. Okay. Oh no, there's another. Uh, all right. Where is it again? 136. Hopefully there's not like a million of these. All right, cool. Nice. Look at that. See no prints. Very nice. Just right around that being spammed. All right, let's keep working on a few things. Number one, uh, we need to, when you leave the chunk, it needs to despawn all of the monsters in the area too. So, we got a chunk control. I'm gonna attach all the stuff, the birds, and the monsters. I think I have everything else right. So right now, when you leave an area, it doesn't remove the monsters or the birds. Before you code this, let's try to, what's the best way to do this? Like, how do we integrate these files? Yeah, you register the birds. Makes some sense. Yeah. Oh, didn't I say not to code it? Right. It's very ambitious. To import the chunk tracking, register the monsters, update their chunk assignment when they move. I see. I clean up when monsters are moved. I'm thinking, do we even need to, like, could we just make the chunks like monsters stay in the chunk? I mean, I don't know how bad that is. Seems okay. It's, I mean, it's because you basically need to constantly check, right? During the new chunk for all the monsters. I mean, the right way to do it, yeah. So they leave you. There bird and monster updates. Update global entity chunk. All right, let's just start with the birds. Okay, so let's see how they do it in the birds. Set up birds. So I'd like you to start, just do this with the birds to start. So register all the birds, and I guess if they leave the chunk, yeah, update the chunk that they're in. But if the player leaves the chunk, then they should um, despawn, I guess. And then if the player comes back, they should spawn in again where they were. I guess before coding that, just show me what you're gonna do. I should probably think a little long term about this because, like, at some point, like things like this will be synced with the server, like birds and the monsters. So you can't really, I mean, you can maybe despawn them if no one's there. So I actually do have to understand this because at some point we're gonna have to make more changes. Or we should probably get it right. Firstly, I would say. So, okay. Bird chunk map. That makes sense. Maps a bird object to a chunk key. So each bird has the place that they are in. That makes sense. And then inactive birds, which is the chunk key and the array of bird states. So like you enter a chunk, or any player enters a chunk, it'll then probably like render all the birds. I forgot how does so you probably shouldn't render it like right when the player enters the chunk, but like if they're a certain distance away, so that way it doesn't all just spawn at the same time. Register bird with chunk. So they're basically just adding it to the map. Makes sense. And every time the bird moves, you check if they change the chunks. Probably some smart way to optimize that, but don't know it. Despawn birds. So I guess it's just checking the map, right? And then if the coordinates change, then it just updates that. It's on birds and chunk. I'm gonna ask it about this part. Like, shouldn't it use, because don't we have like a render distance or something? For this part, don't we have a render distance that we use to figure out whether they should despawn or not? Responding birds and chunk reloads and integration. Hmm. I'm kind of wondering, maybe I should put this in a separate file. So you have like the chunk controller. Should I maybe put this in a separate file? So we have like chunk controllers, that's for like the water and the islands. And then we have like ent chunk entity controller or something. What do you think? Okay, there's two separate ones. That kind of makes sense. You have all your chunking for the, because they're really separate, right? Because maybe we want to render the entities in a distance, but not certain other things. So I'm gonna create that. And there's no real crossover between them, I don't think. So we apply it to the birds. Let's see. They register entity. Okay. So we just add this here. I think that's what it's called, right? Let's see, why doesn't it register it? I think that's the name, right? Oh, dot dot. Okay, cool. Let's see if that works. It might actually. Okay, yeah, we got some birds. Let's run away, I guess. Oh, we got some left wing. Did it create a left wing for the bird? With these recent changes, I'm seeing this error. Can you look into it? I'm a little confused, but because before the this added code, we didn't have any problems with the left wing. So why do we now have it? I see. Okay, interesting. Okay, so I guess we're let's see. Let's see. Okay, well, let's see if it works. Well, the birds are still being created. So that's a good sign. So now we just have to ride away for a bit and see if they. Yeah, see, they just disappeared. So let me right over there. Oh, appeared, disappeared, appeared. Yeah, it looks pretty good actually. So first try. It's really good at chunking stuff for some reason. So that's good because I wouldn't be good at that. Because these should all disappear now, I think. Yeah, see, they all disappeared. That's great. That's cool. All right, let's just do the same exact thing for the monsters. So we'll attach this file, and I guess I'll just do this one for now. Yeah, so can we do the same exact thing that you've done here with the yellow beast monster? Works great for the birds, so just do it like the same exact way, basically. Cool. That was really easy. So that'll help with the lag when we look back here. And the next thing is just these massive islands aren't tied to any biome, so it just needs to do that. And then so no more lag looking back. So let's see what it did here. Okay, a little bit more steps here. Right. So I'm not really sure I want to do it in the sea monsters JS. This is like a legacy file that we're probably not going to use anymore. From now on, we're going to just create each monster will have their own file. Um, so first of all, before you code that, can you give me some ideas how we should do this, like for architecturally? Because we don't want to repeat the same code over and over. Entity manager. That's a good idea. So this goes for any type of entity. And then you just need to probably, I gotta try again. I guess the next thing is to do the damage stuff, the new abilities, and then we'll do the harpoon. All right, so monster manager. That makes sense. I don't really want to do that. I just want to have it so it's all one. I don't really want to have updates for every monster in the game loop. Anyway, we can make this all one. Because right now we have update sea monsters, right? And sea monsters, so can we make that similar? Remember that the sea monsters file we're going to remove, so we just want to take out some core functionality of it, kind of integrate into what we're doing. I think I'm going to push what we did so far, because I really like what we did with the birds. Oh, great, no, I can't see anything. Because I removed all the logs. Don't think we want the ship wake, because I'm going to discard that for now. Doesn't really work very well. Actually, I'll just push it. We'll just figure it out later. Okay, let's see if it does what we want it to. Yeah, update all monsters is kind of what we want. All right, monster manager. Let's see what they're doing to the beast. Animate tentacles. Okay. One thing I'm trying to understand is I saw in the birds when we did the chunk stuff, we have like a despawn function. How come we don't need it for this yellow beast monster? So ideally, we just kind of like plug this in, and it should just be plug in and work. And we can remove the sea monster file. But I don't know if he did all the things. That are required. So we're just gonna comment that out. The dog just farted. Please do not do that. Go away. Okay. I guess let's see if there's errors. Oh god. Okay, well that's the first problem. Just a import problem. Ugh. Keeps wanting to do the one dot. Or did I do that? Yeah, get monsters undefined. Yeah, I imagine we probably have a new one. Oh, I just realized we do this a lot everywhere in the code, so it's like a lot of things. We get monster stuff. Right. That's right. So I'll just change this to okay. Well, no more errors. Pretty cool. Pretty good. Obviously nothing is spawning, but it's all right. Hey, really? But how does it spawn it again? The new way. Oh wait. There's way less birds spawning though, I think. Or maybe it's just like before they were spawning in the other chunks. Yeah, so how does this work? State is state. Oh, I don't know. Okay. I guess if it works, I don't care. Don't really know how that works though. Okay, so nothing is spawning, so let's start with that problem. Um, so let's see, I'm just gonna ask it that. I actually have no idea. Let me check the errors. Okay, no errors. So main JS, I'm plug in the monsters. So I changed the new way of doing things here, but I do not see that it's spawning. Maybe we didn't, did we not make the changes for the chunk controller yet? That makes some sense. Why are they putting it there? Oh, I didn't want to add that to main. I want to add that to the monster manager or something. So try not to add code to main. That's sort of just like our game loop, and it should just be in other places. Like the actual spawning, that's the chunk. The chunk controller should do that stuff. So yeah. So I guess for the people watching, I don't know if you guys seen this, but the idea is like with the harpoon, you're gonna attach to the enemies and other players, and you can like pull them closer by pressing it again, and it'll reel in, and then you hit them with the shotgun thing. That's kind of the idea. Like one of the combos, I guess. So you go like, I don't know. Could be fun, maybe. Oh, I'm using Whisper Flow. Let me pull it up here. It's here. Whisper Flow should give me some, if I ever grow, it should give me some sponsorship. Just kidding. But yeah, it's actually pretty good. You just press function, and you can do it with any site or whatever. So I just kind of use it for everything. It's a lot of. Did we put this here? I don't think so, right? I'm a little confused. Shouldn't all the spawning stuff, shouldn't that be in the chunk entity controller? Please check my thinking. Yeah, no problem, Rob. Thanks for thanks for joining. Pretty cool. This makes some sense. This actually might work here. Let's try it out. Oh, nice. Look, things are spawning. That's pretty dope. Let's try leaving the area and see if they don't spawn anymore. I'm going to remove the water again. All right, so what? Where are they? I see them on the radar. Huh, interesting. So somehow they exist, but they don't. So I'll report my findings. So it looks like so they're showing up on the radar where the monsters are, but they are not appearing. So somehow they're not being rendered, I guess. Can you double check what that could be? One thing I should maybe do today is add the indicator, like where you're going. Some sort of compass or something. I guess we could add mobile support today. Actually, I was able to load it on my phone, so I think it's possible. There's a library called nipple.js, and that's they help you with that. So it's a strange name, but we can add that. It's pretty easy, I think. See that figured it out. That's the problem. Oh yeah, this is that's actually kind of what I was thinking. The issue. It's like they're underwater. Wait. No, I don't think that's the issue because before these code changes, you could still see the monsters underwater even if they were lurking. So can you double check your solution there? I don't think I see a message by Rob. Let me see. Being on localhost, having a lot of connection issues between other projects. Started to use a standalone server through my files. Works okay. First, it gets confused a lot. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think you're saying like you're running a lot of projects, and maybe they're running on the same port, and so like when you're trying to run multiple projects, there's conflicts. I think is what you're saying. Yeah, I think one way to do that is like you can specify. Well, I guess two things. Like for the error you're having, I'd plug it into this the model. It could probably help you with that, and then you can change like the port that it starts on. That might be another issue. It could be any, let's see, what else could be? But yeah, I'm running on, I run this localhost 1234, but you have to make sure on other projects it's not running on the same port. Otherwise you get and let's say, this is another thing, right? With my tabs here, if I don't click kill, like if I just create a new one, or I just close it, like I just close this without killing the process, then I can't restart it unless I kill the process using some commands. So just make sure to click this. Something I realized at some point. It's like, okay, now I gotta run on another port. I don't know if that helped you out, but let me know. Let's see. The solution it did here, I don't think that's right. So I'm gonna try again. Nice. That sounds pretty realistic. Is the problem. Let's try it. Nice. There they are. Are they moving? They're very angry looking. They're certainly not moving. Let's maybe just try see first if they despawn, which is the important part. Moving part's probably simple. Nice. Yeah, looks great. Makes some sense. I mean, obviously it's not perfect because it should be more like a distance related thing as opposed to just like a line you cross, but that's not unusual. Like for instance, Terraria and stuff, like they stop chasing you in a certain area, so I think it's pretty good for now. So it's working pretty well. It's just like that the monsters are not moving around. That's probably the next thing. So try to figure that out, that part. So I think the birds and the monsters disappear now, so that should really help with the lag. Granted, they're not disappearing. Okay, there we go. See, the birds should disappear now to a certain point. Nice, nice, great. So now when I come back, great. Actually, they're spawning over here now, which is good. I don't think it's anything related to that because they were moving before we started doing this chunk code. So please double check because I believe this code should be working. Wait, is he moving? He's not, right? Yeah. I'm gonna check if I leave the spawn without my ship. It shouldn't despawn them. Yeah, I don't think it does. So that's good. I can still do the abilities. That's funny. Okay, that makes more sense. Let's try that. Oh no. How come this just happened though? Like, why would it happen with that change? Yeah, so I guess I'll just remove the imports for now. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's more errors. I just don't really know why it happens right now. Let's just go through the code base and just change it. Let's go ahead and remove this. Yeah, exactly. So we go get monsters. Yep. Yeah, I'll need to copy that code over too. All right, they don't have the outlines anymore. Basically, we just want to get rid of this stuff. Am I really removing all of that though? Am I not exporting that anymore? No, I still am. I guess we renamed it, right? So before it was create yellow beast monster, now it's spawn yellow beast. We're not exporting it anymore either. I'm just gonna go through and just do that because no reason to break things. There's another one. Yellow beast mesh. Looks like there's just one more, right? The yellow beast monster behavior. Just changed an import, which I think is fine. All right, let's see if it loads, which I think it does. Cool. But it is moving actually. Just moving very slowly. Yeah, okay. So it definitely is. So it looks like it is moving now. It's just moving extremely slowly. Can you take a look at that? Another thing though, I think I removed the supply. Remove that. Let me add this again. Where did they add it though? Yeah, see, it didn't add this. So. Kind of weird. Oh, sorry, Rob, I didn't see your message here. You know of a strong way to host the game? Uh, your vibe coming game or specifying specific files. Cursor can fix one thing. Exactly, yeah. So one thing I learned like earlier in the game is if I stick everything in one file, Eventually it just like stops working very well. So it'll break one thing, fix one other thing. So I started, and that's what kind of what I'm doing right now. It's like I had this C monsters file with like a ton of monsters in it, but it's just kind of degraded over time. So I'm kind of changing the way of doing it. Each monster is a separate file as a monster manager. What it's really good at is like when you create a new feature and you just make it a new file, it's able to do a lot of that stuff pretty good. And the other thing you said, do you know of a strong way to host the game? I use render hosting for my hosting. It's free for a certain amount of, I guess, power. So it works great for just kind of just simple purposes. I don't think it could support many players or anything. But yeah, that's what I use. And then let's see if you had any other questions or any vibe coding. Yeah. Oh yeah, and another thing is I always specify the files that kind of are related to the change that I'm trying to do. I notice if I miss a file, it'll usually mess it up. It's like actually probably the most important thing to make it work right is has to have all the right files for what you're trying to do. Like even if I don't attach, one of the files that are important, it can't a lot of times figure it out. So you need every file that could be related to what you're trying to do. So it looks like they're still not moving. So I'm gonna try and figure that out. Um, I think I am gonna keep this code because it kind of makes sense, but it still doesn't work. So the monsters still are not moving. It seems like they're moving extremely slowly. So maybe this is the issue. Can you try to make them move more quickly? I want to make sure. I think they are moving really slowly to look though. I mean, stand right here. Yeah, they are, right? They're definitely moving just like a tiny amount. Okay, let's see what it added down here. Dude, look, yeah, it keeps trying to do this. I don't think it will do anything, but we'll see. And then once that doesn't work, cool. Oh, it's actually doing something now. Just a little weird. Oh no, all monsters is not defined. I'll just plug that error in, just fix that one pretty easy. So I'm getting this error. Can you fix it? Thank you. When the monster comes at me. Let's see. Where did my phone go? Over there. Okay. So just got a simple error. I think it should be able to fix that pretty easy. Nice. Let's see, did I import though for that? Yeah. Okay. Let's see if it, oh my gosh. What is that on top there? Oh my God. That's weird. I don't know if I like that. I'm gonna tell it to stop. Can you not make the top bar like bouncy? It's just kind of weird. Oh, there's a lot of them. What the heck? It's just spawning like a crazy amount. So they should disappear after a while, right? So to a certain amount of distance, they should stop following me. Oh, there they go. I wonder what that looks like with water. Airing the MCP, better airport cursor. Yeah, so I'll show you exactly. I'm not even, I see a lot of this Twitter stuff, especially the last like week, but I'm not doing anything with MCP yet. Um, but I should definitely try it. I'll show you what I'm doing. So I plug in the changes. I open the page here that um, so it should be some localhost. And then I open DevTools. You can either right click, go to inspect element, I guess call it inspect element, or you can do function F12 and bring up this. I assume that's what you mean here. And then what I do is when it comes up with some error, and that's like usually it'll crash or something, then I'll plug that directly into cursor. Sometimes you won't see an error and it'll be just doing the wrong thing. And I think it just helps to like kind of describe, what it's doing wrong. You can also take an image. I do that sometimes. Do like this. I just say, hey, this is what it's doing because I don't know how to put it into words. Um, let's see what else. I generally make a new chat when I'm trying to do something different because it gets sometimes confused. Like, oh, are you trying to do the same thing that you were doing earlier in this conversation? So it's another thing. Um, I'm gonna add back the water real quick just to see what that weird effect it's doing looks like with the water. Don't think it'll look very good. Not sure. You go to the monster. The radar is really hard to use. So, all right, so let's see what it's doing here with the effect that it added. Yeah, its behavior got kind of weird. Uh, I don't know about this. All right, I think what I'm gonna do is because the behavior it was before was like way better. So I might just copy in the file and say, hey, please do what you were doing before because it is pretty weird. What do you think here? Let me stash the changes just to see. Sometimes does this. Delete this cache here. This is kind of stupid. Okay, let's reload and see if there's errors. So, not really sure. I'm gonna first try to understand a few things. Which is, so, I mean, there's a few, like the behavior of this monster has changed a lot with these recent changes. Uh, can you help me understand how come now it no longer applies the knockback when it hits the player? Take a look at sea monsters. Are we missing some functionality there? But I mean, it's not like the behavior was that much better earlier to begin with, so it's maybe twice as better, but I'll try it. Granted, this shouldn't be in sea monsters, but I mean, this should be in this file. We'll just see if it works first. Hello, attack me. Okay. Hmm. Let me take a look here. So if I go into my we updated, right? And we did make a lot of changes on this. And then we removed all the code here. I see. Did we remove the actual behavior of it? Not really clear. I think I'm just gonna try to keep working on it. I think so first thing, I don't really like the ring that it generates. Also, it's still not moving the boat. Can you take a look at the ship controller? Make sure you're using that function for the knockback. Also, simplify its movement a little bit. It just kind of looks weird. And then, yeah, just make the movement a lot better and should still like dive deep into the water and stuff like that. So try to basically redesign how the movement's working here. I'm gonna attach the ship controller, and I think that's it. I don't even know what these rings are really supposed to do. Sort of ripple or something. That's kind of cool. He tries to get away when you reel him in. Be like Pokemon or something. Try to capture the Also, it's like spawning way too many, sort of another issue. Okay, let's see what it did. It's kind of funny. You can see the like, but they removed the animation for leaving the water, which I like that animation actually. So before this monster would kind of like come up and like leave the water occasionally, and there'd be like splash effects. And you had that too, so every time it comes up and comes down, there's some animation for it like coming up on the water or diving. So does the rings. Yeah, definitely gonna remove the rings. But hmm. All right, yeah, this behavior is not very good. What I want to do is maybe undo a change here. First, I'm gonna make sure is the actual behavior of the yellow monster still hidden here? Because if so, we can just copy this. So what I'd like you to do is, let me see, games. So, Rob, you're asking, ever fix all your problems manually? 79 problems, but I have 15 games in a problem. Yeah, there's been quite a few times where I've had to do stuff manually. Actually, most of the time that there's some like integration between the files. I might have to do stuff because, but what it is really good at is like generating new features that and animations and stuff. Like everything to do with math too. Like it's pretty good at generally. It's like acceleration and all that kind of stuff. Flying. Like when you shoot the cannon. This is a totally absurd behavior of these things at the moment, but you shoot the cannon, like the arcs and the gravity and then all that stuff. I don't want to have to. Some people might find that fun, but I guess most people use an engine, right? They're doing stuff like that. Okay, so the problem right now, it's trying to create new behavior for this monster, and I already had good behavior, so I have to clarify that I want it to copy it. Exactly. So we already have really good behavior of this yellow beast monster in sea monsters. I'd love for you to use that. Basically, remove any code you've added for this. Just use what's in this file for the behavior of these, because it's way better than what it currently is. It's like verbally how to use it. Okay. Next, sure. I just died. So. Let's make sure it's not importing anything related to. Okay, it's not. Yeah, it should just be kind of copying the code, I think. Okay. Okay, let's see if it works. Ah, still not really doing the right stuff. So, kind of got into a little bit of a hole here, unfortunately, because I made a bunch of changes. I also made changes to this, but I'm going to need to reset these files because made some mistakes with, and to copy all this would be take a long time. So I'd rather just reset and kind of start back with where I was. So I think I'm gonna stash these changes. I'll keep this file. Keep, yeah, stash this, stash this. Yeah, I'll push this file here. Probably just remove this file entirely because it's not very good, in my opinion. And I'll probably keep this file as well because it works for the birds. So, okay, so we're gonna push these two. Okay, and stash the changes. So now that brings us back to here with those particular files. So I'm going to reset it This C monsters file, I'm going to reset it to be probably this commit. So let's grab the commit hash there. I don't really remember how to do it, so it's like something like git reset head something. So how do you do, you reset one file back a few commits? It's like git reset head and then the file name or something? Oh no, it's this one, okay. Cool, that makes sense. So it should be source slash entities slash cmonsters. And then the commit hash is this part. So let's see if it worked. Yeah, it looks good. Now let's see if the game has no errors. I see there's nothing spawning, so there's still some change that is preventing them. Could be that we're spawning 0. So let me check that. Yeah, we are. So let's spawn 5. Set this to 1.0. Great, okay. Now I'm going to remove the water. Make sure the original behavior is still there. Nice. You see how like they're doing stuff and like some cool animations, and it's just like way better. Something in our refactor just didn't really work very well. So you can see they kind of go down and up, so there's like more interesting things happening. Yeah, and the idea is, okay, shoot that, should attach. And sometimes they dive, see? That's another cool behavior. Well, I'm gonna let the dog do something. He wants to go in another room. So 1 second. He's wanting to come in. He's very, he just wants to be everywhere. All right, cool. So we got the logic back for this. I guess one thing I should always remember is that the refactors generally don't go very well. He always tries to do a lot of different things. And it refactors, like I try to add stuff and remove things. And that has historically been challenging, especially when it's a big file like this. So some of that I might have to do manually, I think. I think for now I'm just going to keep this file just so it makes some progress today. It's not all refactors because refactors are pretty boring. That's a morning task, I think, to be honest. So I think we're gonna, with the new file we created, this like chunk controller thing, we're gonna just try to integrate with what we currently have instead of recreating the yellow monsters in a separate file. One second. Okay, so we added this monster manager. So this monster manager needs to work with the sea monsters file instead of the yellow monster file. So we're gonna have to tell it that. And I'm gonna add the chunk entity controller in case it needs it, but it might not. So I'd like you to register just the yellow monster from the sea monsters file. And I'm gonna create a new check because I don't want it to get confused because we removed a bunch of codes. So I'd like you to integrate the sea monsters in this sea monsters file with the monster manager, so it should register it. Please don't change any functionality with the sea monsters. Just try to register it. Don't change anything. Make sure all the logic related to like the spawning and stuff. I'm not even going to say that. Just keep it really simple. Yeah, see. So the idea is you shoot it, attach, and then pull it in. You can do and while it's being pulled in, you can like drag it around and stuff. It can't really do anything. Like, why does it need all this stuff? Very mysterious. Don't know why it's importing that. Okay, so I'm not going to accept those changes because they don't really do anything. So I'm going to go ahead and push these changes so I don't have to do it again. Let's see. Let's see. Wings so you can fly. Put the monsters in the sky as well. Bird monsters. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. We do have a slash fly command so you can fly around. And I added that pretty easily. I imagine the slash fly on the boat would be pretty easy. Um, Hold on, let me show you. Slash fly, right? So I can zoom out like this. I could add maybe slash boat fly. That's kind of cool. Let's try it just for fun. I'll take a break from the other stuff we're doing. So I'm gonna add it to the list here because we have all these commands we're adding. So one of them will be slash boat fly. Keep it highlighted. Yeah, okay. So let's go over here to the commands, create a new command. So I'm gonna attach the command system and I'll attach like a reference command. So I'll attach like the fly command. So I think is um, don't really see it, but it's probably shift commands or something. So we'd like to add a new command. It's going to be called slash boat fly, and it's going to put wings on your boat, and you're going to be able to fly around with the boat. So please look at ship controller. Make sure when the user does slash boat fly again, it removes the wings, and then the boat should like fall out of the sky. So there has to be some sort of gravity that it applies um, till it hits the water again. Might be a little tough with the gravity because there's no real engine yet, but we'll see if, I mean, engine system for the physics and stuff. So we'll see what it can do. See, does it need anything else? Maybe the boat in game state. Feel free to use the boat in game state for the player boat. Oh no, no, stop. I need to specify, needs to be a new file. Please make it a new file. All right, it's good so far, I guess. I'd say the only thing it needs to do though, it needs to not conflict with the other controls. But we'll try it first just to try it out. Moving a lot of spaces. Okay. Okay, let's try that command. I bet it'll get the wings right. Oh. So it's the wings are these tiny little things. Um, and I don't even know how to fly. What are the controls? Key down. What's the key? Oh, it's shift. Okay. Can you, okay, first of all, can you register it so um, W is like the fly? So when you press W, you start to like fly upwards, and then the fly downwards is based, well, it's based on like where your camera is facing. So if you press W, wherever your camera is facing, that's where you fly towards. Something like that. Um, Also make the wings much, much bigger, like 100x bigger. Also, make sure you're not conflicting with the ship controller file, so you might need to check in the ship controller whether this is active. Yeah, so I think basically it might start with conflicting some of the existing stuff that might have some issues with that. I guess we could always ask it to first be on different keys, then we can handle the conflicts. Yeah, all right, cool. Let's see. All right, so you guys ready? Slash boat fly. Let's see what it's doing. Oh my God. I maybe made the wings too big there. All right, if I tilt the camera up, am I gonna fly or no? It's definitely doing something, but not really sure what exactly. Um, so right now I'm not actually flying, it's sort of just like making me go horizontally. So number one, make sure to like lift the boat in the Y direction when they press W. So you have to register W. Also, another thing, make sure there's no conflicts because like we're registering. Okay, let's just instead register the key on the letter P, just a test. So P should be the acceleration and the flying, and it should just like fly wherever your camera's facing. Also, make the wings horizontal and make them probably like 5x smaller. All right, that is extremely strange. I'm gonna disable it and see if it stops. Okay, good. That's cool. So that's good. At least I can turn it off. Let's see if it finished. Good. All right, let's try it again. And this time we changed it to P. All right, these are my wings, supposedly. So there's got to be another file probably conflicting with the. Okay. So I'm still stuck on the water. Can you check the code base if there's another file that could be potentially conflicting with my ship movement? Make sure we're moving up in the Y direction too. Exactly, yeah, Rob. It would probably work better if there wasn't so much stuff. That's partly the way that this is organized. I need to have like a file that's for like registering all the keys, because right now it's kind of everywhere, and that's sort of the problem. It's hard to find it. And also the ship movement stuff. I think it's in multiple files too. So some of this is just sort of lack of planning, wanting to implement something really quickly. But the more you organize it, the better, easier time you're gonna have with like adding new stuff. Because like, look, it's even checking like this part. Like I have already stuff for like flight, so it's gonna conflict with that. Like hitting an island puts you into flight mode. So there's just like too many things going on here. All right, so let's try again. See if we can get it. I don't think the last change would have worked, but oh, oh, nice. It's doing something, which I like. I think I see what's happening, right? Oh, I see. Okay, so I can't, it's only going down because it's following my camera, but it is kind of doing the thing because I can't go under the boat with my camera. So now I just need to specify. So basically, I want you to specify, I want you to always go up. And instead of like relying on the camera for where to fly, just just use like just come up with something that makes sense. Like, and don't use any existing keys. I don't really know what the controls should be, so just try to make it work so I can go up. Because right now I can only go down because the camera can't orient in the up. I mean, in the up direction. It's limited. So yeah, I don't know what it's going to do for that. So P accelerates forward. O will make it ascend. I will make it descend. That makes some sense. Yeah, giant wings. It definitely is. Yeah. Yeah, let's try that one. I think it might work. Just have to then change the wings. But other than that, all right, cool. We got the wings. So this should accelerate. What's the oh, O is forward thrust. Nice. B brings us forward. Um, and definitely moving a direction. Which is good. Let's see, what's I do again? So I goes down. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So now we just gotta make it like the other direction. This is flying inverse. And also I need a way to, I should be able to still rotate my boat. Because right now I can't rotate my boat. All right, so a few things. First, I want to make sure I can still rotate my boat, WASD. So please don't like unregister that. Secondly, it's going the wrong direction, so I try to inverse it. So based on because right now it's going backwards. Those are the two things. And then, so try to fix those two things first. And after that, we'll handle the wing, what that looks like. It should be like more flapping kind of stuff, right? Let's see if I hit the water again. Actually, if I disable it here, what will it do? Will I fall? I think I am falling, right? I definitely am falling. It's just slowly, right? So I gotta increase the gravity. So let's make the gravity like 30. Okay. Now I'm going to disable it. I should fly down. Oh, that works. That's cool. Just done. Tell it to do exit out of water sequence. I made a boat that also has wheels. Nice. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Like I can like accelerate into it a little bit. Let's try that. So now I am still going backwards. It's just interesting. Forward thrust. Oh, fly downward. WSD. I mean, it's kind of looks cool. And it's just a little janky, but I like the general look of it. I'll restore checkpoint because I don't think that last part did anything. So what I'd like to do is, um, can you try to first figure out why I can't control the ship? Like I can't rotate the ship or anything. I think it has something to do with this like parabolic flight thing or something. Can you double check that? I think it has to do with this right here. This is conflicting with another file. I'm gonna disable it to see what happens. Because that flag does a lot of things. Interesting. Oh, I see what it's doing. See, it's removing this for some reason. Doesn't need to do that. We'll set this to true again. Okay. Let's see, what did they change in the other files again? Probably the reason. It's the ship controller. They changed this part. I'm gonna comment that out. This is the part where I do things manually because um, it's having some issues. and try to understand what it has done. But it is definitely faster than doing it myself. It's just a little bit wrestling with it. That's the only thing. So let's see what that does. I think I should still have my WASD then. Oh, nice. See, look, now I can fly. Actually, I got my accelerate, which is accelerating in the wrong direction. That's okay. And my descend, and then now I just have to reverse the direction it's accelerating. So that should be a really simple change. We have so wherever we're registering this P for forward thrust, wherever we're using this, and then we want to make this to be 1 instead of -1. Okay, let's try it. Nice. See, now it's the right direction. And now we can just focus on the wing. So it looks good. All right, so now we'd like to just do the focus on the wing, what that looks like. I want it to be probably half the size. Make sure it's on the side of the ship. It's like attached to the side. So there should be some space between them. Also make it look like an airplane wing. Like it should be like glossy and have reflections and should be like really well done. There should be some like shaders and things. So it should look really cool. So do that. Don't change any functionality. And then I'll make the acceleration faster here. Let's make it like 5. Yeah. I think you're exactly right, Rob. It's basically there's so much conflicting stuff that makes it hard to get it right. If you're just starting the code base, it would be much easier to just do this. It would do it instantly. It's just when there's so many things that it can interfere with, makes it a little harder. But overall works somewhat. Now let's try to disengaging this. Oh shoot, am I falling or not? I'm not, all right. So let's see what the new wings look like though. Kind of funny. They're backwards, I guess. Um, but if they were maybe, all right, two things. So firstly, they're backwards, but also make them flap up and down instead of side to side. So try to make those two changes. Looks like cursor is down or something. I cannot do anything. Unless it's my internet. Hard to tell. Make a new chat again, maybe. Ah, all right. Well, I'm definitely not doing this myself, I would say. I'll try restarting it. Let's try that. Yes, back. Nice. Still backwards. Sorry. Uh, I'll send an image now. It's close. It's just backwards in the wrong direction. Um, and also try to make it look like a bird wing. So look at the reference image. Instead of an airplane wing, make it look like a bird wing, and make sure to reverse uh, how it's oriented. It's getting there, slowly but surely. And I can still shoot cannons and stuff, which is kind of fun. It didn't really do a whole lot, so I'm not trying again. I think cursor's having some issues. Or cloud, I don't know. Either one. All right, that is a bunch of styling stuff, so we'll see what it's done for that. That looks so gross. I don't like that at all. I'm gonna start. It's like four hairs. Come on. Uh, right, never mind. Don't do that. Just try to rotate it. Uh, you saw the orientation was wrong. Try to get it right. So try to like position it the opposite direction. Use the image for reference. Oh no, it's still here. I think it has like duct tape. Hairs and duct tape. I mean scotch tape or masking tape. I mean, not duct tape. Oh, wrong slash fly. Do the other one. Boat fly. Bro, no. Please get rid of that. Oh my gosh. All right, let's go back. Go back here. I don't want it. Here we go. All it has to do is reverse. It's really that hard to reverse the. I guess it is. Doing some rotation. What if I just add a bunch of negatives to reverse everything? Quick maths. How's it back? What? like haunting me. I restored the checkpoint. Why would it be back? Better not be here, dude. Alright. Alright, I'm just gonna change the rotation. Please do not appear again. Alright, I changed the rotation, but it didn't really do anything for some reason. Alright, I'm gonna try grok. I haven't had much luck with the wings in this particular issue here. So the wings are backwards. So I'm gonna send you a picture. Please try to fix it. Yeah, I'm just using 3JS. Really, really, really simple. Nothing else. No engine or anything. Um, so yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's different things I could do. All right, let's see if that works. Grok to the rescue, as usual. So close. Actually, not close. It's still in the wrong direction. So yeah, let me give another image. Still in the wrong direction, dude. Please try again. Please look very careful. Do your best. Wait, is it at least the right direction? It was at least the right direction. Hold on. No. Oh, how's this hard? It's going the wrong direction. And they're in the wrong place. All right, what if I just mess with this stuff, right? Um, let's see what it was before. This is what it was before. I mean, one thing I see, we haven't tried the rotation on the z-axis. Question mark? Try that. It's not divided by 2. This should be like 180 on the z-axis, right? Why do I got to do it? Okay. Both fly. Hmm. I'm gonna ask it. So it's making it worse, right? Like every time you're making a change. So please look very carefully at this function. How do we rotate correctly? I feel like I'm just doing the same thing over and over again, so I don't think it's going to go. This doesn't work. I think I'm gonna move on because not really sure. I don't really want to do math, so try to understand it. What was that? Where was it? It's like, at least it was different. Wait a second. Wait a second. I think it would be the right direction if it wasn't a vertical, right? So if they just make it horizontal again, I think it's correct. So what is that, the Y direction? Or is it the X? The Y, right? I will try. Y, K. They both rotated like this, right? So the one went this way, the other one, like they both went this way. So that would mean the, that would mean what's, one needs to go zero, right? Yeah, right? But I think it's actually the other one. Quick maths. Nice, but it's still the wrong direction. No. Okay, let's think really deeply. The X, isn't that an X rotation? And we want to rotate it 180 on both. So right now it's 90. So negative, we are negative 90. I want to make it 90. And that just math by this one, divided by two. Keep thinking. Oh, why didn't that change anything? It's still the same. Unless now the right is the left and the left is the right. Very mysterious. So, Mr. Pasta, um, some pretty great suggestions. I've been in the chat before because I don't try a lot of things. So I want to try your thing. So let's look it up because I don't really know what that is. Mhm. Like someone told me to upgrade from cursor 0.45 to 0.46, and it was like total game changer. So I'm gonna try your thing if you don't mind. But I don't really know. Um, it sounds like maybe this doesn't integrate with cursor, right? Some separate. Bit slow. I don't know if it's my internet though. Oh, we got another. Take a picture, prompt, tell ChatGPT, explain it, and ask for the correct text. And it's put in the OpenAI Codex. For the shot, my workflow has been Cloud, and then Grok 3 if that fails. And then I use Gemini for the images. ChatGPT I haven't had good luck with the models here, but I haven't tried this codex. So maybe this is another like thing in the toolbox. Because right now I've been having a lot of trouble with these wings, so I'm down to try many things to avoid work. So, but unfortunately, I'm not able to load it. Not really sure why. I'll try in another browser maybe. So bring this guy over here. All right. So I don't know that they're having issues or it's my computer. I guess I'll try another time. That particular, unless you have another way to try it, says the website. Um, I haven't seen this before, so worth a shot. But yeah, generally my workflow is basically just keep trying. Eventually, I try to look at it myself. Can't quite figure it out. See, they're both 90 degrees, but I feel like when I changed this, nothing happened. So what I'm going to try is commenting this out. If nothing happens, then we know something is awry with the rotation on the X. So it looks exactly the same, right? But let's make it like a really weird value. So let's just make it like just like 2 or 100. I don't know. Actually, those values I don't think were, well, we'll see what happens. To do something. See, it did nothing. So something is resetting it, right? Otherwise, it would work. Do something. So now I'm going to report my findings once more to the other thing that I'm using. So the I changed the rotation, the left wing X to 100, and no matter what I change these X rotations, it's not doing anything. So can you check in the file for what could be doing that? I'm gonna add this to the chat. Ah, yes, this was our problem. Aha. See. So, okay, so let's just like remove that code and add this in. I'll keep it what grok told me. And we're going to go ahead and change this part. We're just going to comment out this stuff. And it could also be the Z, I'm not really sure. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Cool. So that's correct. Now we just got to add back that rotation that it was doing. So we just got to like copy what we had in the section rotation.x. Just copy what we had here. Just put that in the other place as well. So it should be this plus flap amount. So I think anyway. Not really sure, but nice. Look at that. Now it just needs to move forward a little bit. Oh, and it actually flaps faster if you go faster. Kind of cool. All right, so now I just got to change where it is. Should be pretty easy. So right now it's negative. Let's just set to like 3. Oh, never mind. That's the To be this part, right? Just the y. Forgot. It's XYZ, right? 5. Nice. If we got this going. Maybe just make it a little separate, like a bit more far apart. It should be like -6 and then 6. I know, it went the opposite direction somehow. So the space between. I don't understand. Yeah, that's pretty good though, actually. So I think I'm satisfied with that. Maybe it should be a little separate, but I don't know, it's 3, -3, right? Nice. This needs to be a little bit less. So 2, -2. Nice. So talk about. And then we just have to fix so when you do it again that you fall, and that's pretty much it. I think then we'll be done with this. It was a fun little thing to do. So now when you disengage it, it doesn't you don't fall. So can you figure out why? Should be a small thing. Just don't change it to show. Okay. I did do that, but there was a reason why I did that. It wasn't working. The issue is when I uncomment that out, I can't do the WASD. So can you figure that out why I can't? I mean, maybe we could just have it like this, right? Is falling, and that's it. And then I still got all my other stuff. And now let's try it. Vote fly. I'm definitely falling, just very slowly. Just add a little bit of gravity. We'll make it 15. Cool. Nice. It's pretty good, I must say. Okay, now we disable it. Boom. There's a very heavy ship. Maybe make it 10. Nice. Pretty cool, I would say. I'm going to commit that because it's fun. And that's all that matters. Okay, let's get back to the oh, Rob said something. Flight controls have specific mixing. People needs to know it's in the water or in the air. It's true. I think that's for maybe another day. But it works somewhat, which is good enough for me. And I guess I'll work on the other thing now, which is this monster stuff. Basically, when you leave an area, it should remove the monster. That's what I was doing. But it was very boring. The flying boat was more fun. Watching you catch it like this. Spin, oh, spin, oh, spin. There. So where did we leave off with this? We actually don't want this, I think. So there's two things that you do. Number one, we gotta attach the thing. And we gotta attach the chunk. So basically what we want here is that the sea monster, after a certain, well, we just need to add it to the chunk controller, right? Using the monster manager. So it should add the monsters there. And don't add, it should do it all within the update sea monster stuff. So keep it really simple. Just, register the monster, and eventually we're going to move the spawning into chunk control. But for now, just keep the spawning in sea monsters. The only thing that chunk controller needs to do is like despawn the monsters. So you need to expose that function. That's pretty much it. The question is, does it do it right? We'll just apply all and look. Start with this. We already have an update, I think. Let's take a look if we do or not. Let me look real quick in main. I thought we already had an update. Oh, okay. So let's apply the other thing and let's try it. Okay, I'm done. Do that. Let's make sure it didn't break. Okay, good. Still here. We'll try again. This time, I'm going to create a new chat. I'm going to just implement one part of it first before doing anything else. So we just want to start with the first thing of this. Right, right. That's a good point, Rob. I should basically tell it my objective and try to get a prompt first. And let's try that. Give me a good prompt that I'm going to use to prompt Cloud. So basically look at my objective here, and I'm going to prompt Cloud to do something with my code. So make it good. Probably don't want to do this, but I am happy with this. And then we attach the chunk. So making a new file, sea monster controller, which I don't really want that, to be honest. It's already a monster controller, so I'm going to stop it. I'm going to try again, doing it a different way. Problem is there's so much stuff in Sea Monsters. I think it's just having issues. So I'm going to just do one thing first. So the first thing we want to do is like we're trying to move some of the spawning logic from Sea Monsters into the chunk controller. How can we best do this? We're going to start with this first task. Okay, this is good. This is a good first start here. Stuff. Not that I've fully read it, but sort of makes sense. I also think I attached the wrong file when I first tried to do this. I did the chunk controller, which is a problem. Spawn monsters in chunk. That looks pretty good. Oh, nice. That looks pretty good too. Now I'll just check if this first part works, which is just the spawning. I'm optimistic. Nice. So it looks good. Just make sure they're still here. Nice. Okay. So that's the first part of this. Now the next part is we need to despawn them and we're a certain distance away. So, all right, so the next thing we're trying to do is when the monsters are a certain, we're trying to do this when the player is a chunk away, based on the render distance, it should despawn the monster. So how should we go about this? And we should make sure when we come back that it spawns them again, similar to how we did the birds. So I'll attach the birds as well. See, yeah, okay, sounds right, I guess. Don't see any changes. I don't like this part, right? I don't really want eye glow, so I'd prefer if they don't do that. But we'll accept it for now. Okay, that makes some sense. So we already do this. I don't know if we do this part, so let's just check that. We do. So in theory, we follow the steps. We get an error, which makes sense. That's a lot of errors. Um, so it's like a few different ones here. Start with the first one. This is the first error we're getting. Do we need to call setup sea monsters anymore? Background looks kind of cool though. Actually makes sense. So that should fix it, I think. New code. That's actually down here. Let's see if it fixed the first error. Okay, I think it did because these are different. What's this error here? Eh, don't really like it. I'm going to go back to where we know it accomplished the first task that we're trying to do, which was here. So at this point, we accomplished the spawning was done in the right place, I think. But let me see. Let me check something. If I comment this out, it should still spawn. Otherwise, we didn't actually accomplish what we thought we did. Oh, I see. Okay. So let's focus on that next, right? So when I removed setup sea monsters, it didn't, it no longer was spawning. Try to make it so we no longer need this with the entity controller and everything. I'll just attach the code here. Shouldn't the registration be in another place? Like maybe Monster Manager? That's where we do the registration for all the things, all the entities. Or yeah, the Monster Manager registers with the Chunk entity controller. That makes some sense, I would say. No, we're not actually even calling it. That's kind of an issue. That's sort of the main part of that. So that would explain some things. So we're just gonna put it here for now because I don't have a init function for some reason. Just put it in animate. though technically it should be like an update. Okay, let's try that. I'm getting this error. Can you check it out? I guess just adding some checks. We already do this, so we're good on that. And I'm not going to add this until we get the error again. Well, I definitely see some monsters spawned on the radars. I'm going to remove the water. Interesting. So they're definitely spawning, which is okay. But yeah, I think I'm not going to add these specific changes. I'm going to report these errors because they kind of matter. Whatever's going on there is probably why it's not moving, I would expect. Here are the errors. What do you think is the issue? Okay, that makes maybe sense. Didn't really read it. Could be the image stuff. Sometimes when I do an image, it doesn't really understand. So I'm getting these two errors. Please try again. Probably start with this one. Actually, I'm going to create a new chat because it's trying to do maybe a little too much here. I'm going to start with just that first error. Sometimes there's a little guy just roaming around. It's kind of fun. Wish I could see like shoot him or something. It's horrible. Grand Theft Auto boats. Alright, so it's not really doing the right stuff here. It's trying to generate just some null checks. Which I'm not really sure about. I don't know what that has to do with this. Look. Oh, right. Oh, I know what this is. I forgot to attach this part, which is really important. Use the boat in game state, so that way you can get the position and stuff like that. It's pretty important, because then it won't know the position of the boat. So if it doesn't have that, it can't really do much. Okay, now it's doing some distance stuff. The boat, I guess, makes sense. Nice, oh nice, look, they're moving. Ah. Moving way too fast, but this general idea makes sense here. Wow. Wait, did they actually disappear already? If so, that's kind of the whole thing. Can you make it so it only spawns the, well, first of all, answer me this. Is there still spawning code in the sea monsters? Is that file still responsible for spawning this stuff? Because our objective here is to move it out of that file. So if we don't quite succeed, obviously this is a little ridiculous. Yeah, I'd like you to disable the spawning stuff in the sea monsters JS. Let's try that first. So just try a really simple change to turn it off, just to start. Is that guy falling through the planet? Is he just diving? So yeah. I actually noticed he disappeared once he left the chunk, so that's a good start. If you notice the birds are disappearing, like that works, that part of it. So let's try this. I don't really see where it removed code, which is a little suspicious. Try reapplying it. Okay. Okay, good. I notice, whoa. Notice maybe there's less of them by hard cell. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the monster manager. So I'd like to only spawn the yellow monster. I don't want to spawn any of the others. Can you do that? So it looks like it's mysteriously spawning other monsters. Doesn't really know why, I suppose. It's still spawning multiple monsters. Can you try to figure this out? Which code is doing this? Is there an invisible monster? Oh no. That is not good. So there's definitely still like conflicting stuff going on here. What I'm gonna do is like try to see if there's some function here that's doing some stuff. Oops. So is there still something, can you point me to all the places that are currently spawning stuff? Because it's still spawning many monsters. Also, some monsters are invisible, so. Let's see what we got here. That looks very suspicious. I would say this is probably the issue. I'm going to comment this out and see what happens. Because I just want to make sure. Okay, so now we have nothing spawning, which is a great sign. So we know the code is here. So we're going to look at this code. And we're going to make sure we're only spawning one monster. So selected type. I would like it to be. I'm going to just paste this into the chat and just tell it exactly. So we've narrowed down the problem to this place. I've commented out nothing spawned. So just make sure we're only spawning one of the monsters, and that's the yellow monster. That is it. We're just doing this to test, so it doesn't need to be super advanced. All right, what's it doing? Yeah, so it's just like setting it. That's fine for now. We just want to keep it simple. Nothing too crazy. Where is it though? Is it over there? Oh, there it is. Nice. Very good. Nice. Oh my gosh. That was fast. Alright, I'm gonna add back the water now and just make a few more spawn. And that's kind of a good like tests here to set up here that this will work. And then we have to make it so it despawns. That's the next part. So I'm gonna tap putting this in. GPT controller. Alright, so now we're moving on to the next part. So the next part of this, after I leave the chunk, it should despawn the monster. So please try to do that. And then when I enter the chunk again, it should recreate the monster at the place that it was left. So first of all, how are you going to do this? You might need to keep track of it, right? In the entity controller. I'm going to stop because it kind of did something weird in the entity controller. Oh, it actually says it already has the code for that. So let's go ahead and try it. I just assumed it hadn't done that yet. Very ambitious. Okay, let me leave the area, I suppose. But I'm gonna need to remove the water to make sure they're actually being removed. So. My gosh, dude. It's brutal. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh. Okay, so I think it's kind of working. They definitely disappear. I just think that they're different every time I come back. So, but that's probably good enough for now, honestly. So it looks like everything is disappearing.
good. Just not the big islands. Even though spires are disappearing, the only things not disappearing is the big islands and the cave. So I'm gonna go really far away. The frame rate should stay the same. Yeah, before it would just collapse, so that's a good sign. So I think we've solved something. I think the only thing is we should make sure the sea monsters are a little slower. What? A little slower, because right now they kind of just kick your ass. So let's comment out the water. Let me comment back in the water. Where is that code? Can you point me to the code of like where's the speed for the monsters? We're just gonna reduce it a little bit. Like that is unforgiving. It just appears. I don't really like how I'm like hitting it. Oh, this is another invisible monster. So we still have this issue, the invisible ones. That's in this file. So we have some invisible monsters spawning. Can you help me figure out how that's possible? So I'm trying to find the invisible monsters. Oh my gosh. What the heck, dude? That's crazy. Whoa. Did I just speed them up? I thought I made them slower. Oh, I see. That is not how math works. Alright, where is it? I think this one might be the invisible. Oh, there it is. Okay. So that's pretty good. Actually, that's kind of fun. Like, they come up pretty close, so it's actually kind of hard. They're slower now, and they disappear. So you got a little bit of a time to hit them. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty good. So if you're not careful, you get a little bit of a warning. So I'm gonna test a few things. So when I leave and come back, there shouldn't be any invisible monsters. So one second. So I gotta leave, come back. Ah, oh god. Oh, there's one right there. Okay, so it's definitely like when I leave and come back, that's when the invisible ones spawn. I think this is pretty good for now. I'm gonna push it. Chunking monsters. Okay, and now let's just make sure that when I enter a new chunk, they should spawn where I am. So that's sort of the next step here. And we're gonna need the boat position, which is in game state. Alright, so the next step of this is when you enter a new chunk, it should generate the monsters for that chunk. So try to get this to work based on the player position, which is in the game state, the boat there. So try that.
Oh, interesting. So it says this code is already working, but didn't I didn't really notice anything. So let me check. Oh, I definitely see some creepy things over here. Weird. Oops. Sorry. I think I already am calling that. But let's just make sure. Let's see what this does. So it looks like this gives it a print, right? So I'm getting these prints. I am getting these prints, but just nothing is here. So somehow the logic is not quite working. There's no errors, so it definitely is getting to this. Unless it's making the invisible monsters again. Okay, that sounds potentially possible. Ah, I guess what I can do is remove the radar, because maybe it's I mean remove the water, because maybe it's spawning, it's just not on the radar. Like technically possible. Yeah, so I'm getting these prints that it's successfully created. But where is it created? It could be. No, that's not it. That's just a particle on my screen. That is not the right thing. So check it out. We still get these prints. So the prints are entering, but no monster for the new chunks when I leave the spawn area. So take a close look at the monster manager. Because when I come back to spawn, they will probably all be here. Probably. Here they are. There are a ton of them. I'm gonna say maybe a little too many, but depends what you're going for. And there are still some invisible ones. So when you leave the chunk, come back, there's going to be the invisible ones from before, and there will also be new ones. So that's pretty scary. So let's just make a million of them. I will destroy you all. All right, let's see what I came up with here. It's definitely not this, right? So it's also not on the radar, right? So the radar is using the. Actually, that's a good point. We have this like monsters array that we're exporting. But that's from the old file. The radar might not work with the new stuff for you. I guess I'll try this. Okay. Change the depth. Sure. Change everything. Sure. Okay. So it's not a function. So it's not a function. Can you try again? Okay. Oh, we just didn't export it, right? Sometimes it's like really intelligent. Sometimes it's like doing the craziest stuff. All right. So if I leave, I should see new monsters. I went like way down there. My God, horrifying. Kind of wonder if it's spawning them maybe in the spawn area. It's just not spawning in the right place, maybe. A little bit confused. I'm wondering maybe like when I enter a new chunk, it's spawning the monster, maybe like immediately deleting it or something, because it doesn't think I'm in the chunk. Maybe something like that. So right now the monster still doesn't appear. Can you double check that? Actually, just to test, comment out the despawning. So we're just gonna like enter a new chunk and just remove the or comment out the despawning for now. We're gonna check out if maybe that's the reason why it doesn't appear. Okay, apply all, accept all. Let's give it a shot. Okay. Mm, it's good to know they're not despawning anymore. So that's working. Just not the actual spawning of the new monsters. It's kind of cool in a weird way. All right, probably gonna take a quick break for maybe an hour or, so, or maybe a little more. I'm gonna hang out with my girlfriend, just chill. And I might stream a bit later. So thanks for people out here. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna go.